Good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today? And today is Friday, March 19th, 2021. You're listening to live commentary on the markets with Crypto Sonar, and I will be here from now and for the next 2.5 hours or so. Maybe 2 hours. I've got some things I gotta get done in between streams today. But we've got a lot going on in the markets today. Let's take a quick look and see where we are at on the day and see where we're going to open at. So first off, the S&P 500. This is a 5-minute chart. S&P 500 dropping quite significantly just now, literally, like within the last couple minutes. And let me turn something off here because I was looking at something new. And where are we at here? Here we go. Okay. All right, so S&P looking to open flat on the day. It's up 0.75 right now. The NASDAQ is looking to only open up 24, and it just had a drop as well. So it's looking to open up 24. It did recover a little bit, up to 12,898. So if you take 12,806 divided into 12,898, about 1%. Now it's only up about 0.25%. And then we also have the Dow Jones Industrial Average. These are all futures. Are all looking to drop 14. So we'll get a look at the S&P 500 heat map in about 40 minutes or so, because that will update. It's a delay of 15 minutes, so it will update 15 minutes after the market opens. And we'll go ahead and drop this down to a 30 second. So volatility is down a little bit, which usually means a little bit better. And we'll take that one full screen, excuse me. All right, and so we've got some news today. So a couple things. I was looking at some top news. Nike. Basically, I think they missed their earnings. What was that? Hold on a second. Yeah, they had mixed results. Had an 11% decline in North America sales and falling just short of revenue, and they missed their estimates as well. U.S.-Chinese diplomats clash in first high-level meeting of Biden administration. Countries resume AstraZeneca shots after regulators say benefits outweigh risks. Interesting. A little bit of pressure there by somebody to get that AstraZeneca to no longer be banned. We'll see. Europe must play catch-up as the U.S. economy readies for takeoff. Not so sure about that one. As U.S. schools shuttered, student mental health cratered, Reuters finds. U.S. stocks, Wall Street headed higher as bond yields ease. We'll go into that. Right now we have the, oops, go back up here. Sorry about that. We have the 10-year is down, but very, very low, about 1.5 pennies. And then the 30-year, not as important, down almost 3 cents. So the 10-year is down a little bit. We'll see if that's going to flip or not. Chinese military bans Tesla cars in its complexes based on camera concerns. So they're worried about Tesla being able to hop on their bases. I don't know what a Tesla can find that the satellites can't, with probably greater resolution. So that's kind of silly on their part. Russia, this is big. Russia raises its key rate to 4.5% amid inflationary and geopolitical risks. So again, as we talked about inflation before, we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. Excuse me. And hey, inflation's here. You can deny it all you want. You can say Fed go burr. I believe the Fed. I believe Jeremy Powell. Oil is down though, big time on the Brent crude. It's down almost 7%, down 4.72, and the light crude for the U.S. side, light crude oil futures, is down 28 cents. So that basically means USO is going to be down on its open, and yeah, it's trading. It's actually trading up 23 cents, but it had about a 7.6% drop. And again, I sold out of that, and I was looking to possibly get back in at 40. I think I'm going to lower it back down to this. Looks like 36 or so. Yeah, we'll catch it here. And let's see. I'm going to add an alert here. Once per bar, and we'll see if it gets down to that level in the 36s or so. So that'll be interesting to see there. Again, I'm still looking to purchase that again. Let's go into our meme stocks and take a look at yeah, Tesla counts as a meme stock. 653, it's down 9 cents, looking to open 9 cents lower. It's in the pre-market trading right now live. And we have Rocket. Rocket is looking to go up 32 cents. I did read that the owner of Texas Roadhouse had passed away. So I don't know if that's 100% true, but I did see it. Let's see. Yeah, Texas Road shares of casual dining operator down 3% at 93.3 pre-market, based on the passing of its founder and CEO, Kent Taylor. Company says President Jerry Morgan will assume the title of Chief Executive Officer. Morgan has more than 35 years of restaurant management experience, and they don't give his age. Okay, so that's pretty much it as far as the top news is going. Palantir 23.98, looking to open up 11 cents. Again, anything below 25 has historically been good, except when the sentiment and the overall market is going down. GameStop is looking to open up down 225 to 199.50. So again, the battle bots, today's the battle of the bots, right? AMC, GME, Tesla, all these key figures looking to get, is 650 going to be the range for options that Tesla is going to try and stay up in front of? Will get up to 700, or will possibly drop all the way down to 625, or even 6. We'll see. Cinemark is looking to trade. It's flat right now. Actually, it doesn't look. Hold on a second. Let me go to 3 minute. And yeah, it is absolutely flat right now. It ran up in the post market yesterday. Some poor soul bought that thing at 24.40, and probably on a bad limit order or a bad market order on a spike, one of the two. And then AMC is looking to open up 11 cents. Closed right exactly at $14 yesterday. We'll see where the battle lines are drawn today. I certainly have cash reserves available if I need to jump in towards the end to help out the cause, as we're pretty heavy with that. I've got options expiring today. I have my March 19th, 2021 AMC $4 calls that expire today, and I believe I'm going to just let those go to expiration and exercise them. Make them go give me my 3,000 shares, because I've got the cash in my account for it. I've got my $8 calls on AMC for 416. We're letting that one roll. Well, we're not rolling it, sorry. We're not doing anything about it today. I've got a couple of Ford calls out to April 16th for $14, and I'm negative on those by about $600 right now. I've got NMTR. I've got 5,000 shares of that. I've got the options that expired today on the $2 calls, and that's not looking very good at all for me. Trading up a little bit. I don't think I'm going to get a 15% run here. 171 divided into 2. 14%. I don't think I'm going to get a 14% run on NMTR, but we'll let that go till this afternoon, and we'll see what happens before I close it out. It's only worth $125 right now, so not worried about it. If I lose it, I lose it. And I still have one NVIDIA 570 call that was a YOLO a while back, and that thing is worth $2, and we're going to let that one expire worthless. And then I've got my SQQQs, which is a short position in the market, and that's opening down. And again, I'm in, but only down 5 cents. So again, this could be an interesting day. And the reason why is, let's go to the economic calendar. We talked about this yesterday on the channel. But if you look at everything, everything this week was bad news. Retail sales down. Retail sales ex autos down. Industrial production down. Capacity utilization down. Home builders index down. Building permits, housing starts down by 10% and 11%. The Fed came out and said, yeah, everything's fine, everything's great, we got this, everything's fine. It's not. Gas prices are still up. We'll go to that as well. Let me load it, and while it loads, we'll stay over on the calendar. And then we got initial jobless claims that came in, 70,000 jobs, greater loss than what was forecasted. And so that was a 10% miss on initial jobless claims. And again, continuing jobless claims, 4.12 million compared to 4.14. I'm not buying it. There's a lot more people out of work, and I think the numbers are being fudged. But here's the problem. Today, Friday, March 19th, nothing scheduled. Nothing. There's no economic news. Now, yesterday on gas prices, we were at national average of 284.4, 288.6. So even if oil prices per barrel go down, the gas stations are still going to keep jacking it up because they're lagging because of the futures contracts, where most places, wholesalers buy contracts to hedge against increases, and they've already priced in the fact that it's been going up quite a bit. California 387.5, Oregon 315.3, Washington 331, Illinois 308, Florida 288.8, Pennsylvania 304, and New York 291. New York getting close to that getting close to that $3 number. But again, California leading the charge with the highest gas prices in the United States of America. So again, no news today on the economic front. Let's take a look at Buzz. China jumps on positive data for drug in ovarian cancer. Clovis, sorry. Pandora's box in Northern Ireland could be opened unless EU changes Brexit deal. Denmark to decide on AstraZeneca vaccine next week. Let's see what else here. TeamViewer set for worst day in a year after guidance cut. TeamViewer. So if you use TeamViewer, I don't even know anything about the company. Did not participate in that. Zoom was doing pretty good though. And let me see. I don't think there's anything on top news yet. Nope, not. Okay, so the SQQQs again, those are looking to open up down 6 cents or so, and I'm into these on a short at 13.65. So still profitable, but again, I'm a little worried about today and what's going to happen. So we're 4 cents up, about 0.25% up on AMC. We'll see what the buy on open market orders look like. But it should be it's going to be a battle today, folks. It is going to be a battle across the board, not only for indices such as the NASDAQ Composite, the S&P 500, and the Dow, but individual stocks as well. I think we're going to see a lot of red. I think that there's a risk for a sell-off. We had a correction yesterday in the NASDAQ. It was down 3%. So if we look at what it did and we say, hey, what did the NASDAQ do yesterday? 3.02%. That's part of a correction, whether you want to admit it or not, realize it or not. It definitely is. Okay. So good morning in chat. Hope you all are doing great this Friday morning, and taking a look at what we're going to be looking at on the day. We're here for the next 2.5 hours, and so GME. Let's go up here. And then we'll come back to AMC in a moment here. So 197.60, it looks like, all week long we've been calling this since Monday, talking about this 200 level on GME, and it's done really, really well. It's spiked up a little bit here and there. If we go back and look at the 4 hour and look at the week with the externals priced in, and we take a look at the 15th, we topped out up here at 280 or so, and then it's been a significant drop. But look at this. The last 3 sessions, it's formed a nice little channel here from this 180, 185 to 200 range, and so it's been kind of range bound. Now that could be a combination of quite a few things. The good news that it had was it had good buying volume from this 118 from the first week of the month all the way up. It had good buying volume. Was the buyers were beating the sellers. Now this is on a 4 hour chart, mind you, but then the sellers came in, knocked it down, and now we're with an equal battle with the buyers out buying the sellers, okay, over the last 2 sessions, but still the stock not moving. So what that tells me and what that means to me is you got HFTs, you've got high frequency trading, you got these hedge funds, institutions, front running it, playing with the algorithms. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, loving your stream, very informative. Cool, glad you're here. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see a battle for most likely at this 200 level. I'm a little worried about them being able to hold that today, but we'll see where it goes. Again, I do not own any shares of GameStop, but you know I'm definitely in the battle with them. And if things get interesting, we'll see if I make a positional move with them. But I do not own anything on GameStop right now. Okay, back to Cinemark. Again, Cinemark, this is my comparison. When I look at charts, when I look at fundamental analysis, and I look at all the debt that Cinemark is amassed while AMC is paying off its debt. And there's no news. Basically said late Friday, this is last week, that it will begin reopening its movie theaters in the greater LA area on March 13th. No news whatsoever. So I think there's a convergence happening. And the convergence I see happening is as Cinemark has been trading down, AMC has been trading up, and you look at who's grabbing the headlines, it's AMC. Nobody's talking about Cinemark because AMC is the largest theater chain. And being the largest theater chain, they have the most to lose, saving themselves from bankruptcy with the share rise, paying off $600 million of debt, adjusting their balance sheet. Wanda investors over there from China no longer have a 50% control of the stock. They are looking to possibly issue 500 million new shares on their May 5th board meeting. I'm a shareholder for that, so I guess I get a vote, and not by proxy according to Charles Schwab. All right, so now we're looking at AMC, and they're saying that 98% of their theaters, I believe, will be open by the close of this weekend. But also, check this out. If you guys missed this yesterday, this is what Jordan Belfort, with basically the Wolf of Wall Street, I ain't freaking leaving. They're going to need a wrecking ball to take me out of here. They're going to need to call in the SWAT team. Apparently he likes green, TOS. Here you go. So he posted a GIF on AMC with a popcorn and a halo around his head. No comment, no words. It's got 2,400 retweets, 479 comments, and 7,300 likes. So does he like it? Did he short it? Did he buy it? Does he own it? Or is he just in it for the meme and just in it for the social ego of it? He made amends. He screwed a lot of people way back when, and I don't agree with any of what he did as a trader and taking advantage of people. So I kind of dislike him for that. He did make amends, did serve his prison term, and at least has tried to do some good, I think, since then. He had a drug problem, went through rehab, the whole 9 yards. So, anybody that's been through that certainly knows. I have not. So it's hard for me to kind of relate to it. But, well, now we're going to go to the Twitter feed on AMC. Abominable, and again, Godzilla vs. Kong comes out, I think, the 31st. Is that it? I think the 31st. I forget. Abominable. Let's see. Chaos Walking. Okay, some other things. Let's see here. Forrest Gump. You can rent out private theaters at AMC. All right, so we're just going to type in AMC here. I want to see if there's anything else. Any other... Diamond Hand LLC. We see your roaring kitty and raise you a Wolf of Wall Street. There you go. The saga continues. I don't know about you, but I like these stonks. Yeah. So here's my new shirt. You saw my new shirt yesterday with stonks only go up, and this morning's looks similar. Diamond Hands. Okay. So we got Diamond Hands, and we've got AMC. And dog, no, you're not coming up here. What do you want? You're gonna start already? Oh my goodness! All right, say hello. Don't change things on a computer. Look up here. Look up here. Say hello. Say hello right here. No? What do you want? You just want to check things out, make sure everything's okay up here. Is everything okay? Does it meet your expectations? You ready for a big AMC day? Shake. Shake. No shake. No, because you're nervous. All right, good girl. All right, go on. Okay, nope, that's all you get for now. All right, so Wolf of so Diamond Hands, we see your roaring kitty and raise you a Wolf of Wall Street. Okay, good enough. You are invested in AMC. Read this. Fidelity bought in with 514,000 shares on one account with an average price of 13.26. They bought more than that, and I'll go into that in another minute here. AMC Dine-In and Fullerton auditoriums are at 40% capacity. There we go. Good stuff there. Here is Super Mario stock. Hold strong. Today is make it or break it. I disagree with that. I don't think today is make it or break it, but definitely want to see it above. I'd like to see it make a run for 15 today. That's what I would like to see happen. Okay. So we have some good stuff there. And again, what the person was talking about as far as the fidelities go, if we take a look at short interest, Fintel is lying out the side of their teeth. 950,000 shares available. They say the borrow rate is at 1.22. Let's go into ownership, and I'll show you what we're talking about as far as the buyers on AMC with Fidelity. And we've been going over this pretty extensively. Wait for it to change. Come on, update. There's the update. Okay. Here's all your Fidelities going in and going from 10,000 shares to 20,000 shares, 2,900 to 42, 7,000 to 16,000, 50,000 to 514,000. So 4 different funds, one of them going 10 times, the other one adding about 34 to 36% positions on the 17th. So that's certainly good news as well for the stock on AMC. Yesterday we also had, I don't think I can pull it up anymore because it doesn't hold the news yesterday, but we had, here we go, last 24 hours, we had a buy imbalance, and I wrote it down actually. What was it? 2,777,000. Yeah, 2,770,000 shares of stock were a buy side imbalance at the close last night. So, or yesterday afternoon. So what that means is the market maker, when they are short shares, it means that there's more buy orders than sell orders, and they can't match the orders up. So what that means is the market maker is basically in charge of the liquidity on the stock. That market maker had to settle those shares. So when did they settle those shares? And I don't know if it's a he or a she or whatever, but if you take a look at the 3-minute chart here, those shares were most likely settled right here, because he or she can't go home until those shares are settled, and they settle the ledger on the day. They got to balance the ledger. It's the rules. So then we had a nice pop up to 1425, probably with the rest of those shares being settled. Then we basically channel bound, but channel bound on an uptrend. This is a very, very subtle line. And again, volume, let's face it, there's no volume. This is retail traders for the most part, or it could also be institutions trading on the dark pool too. So that's a possibility as well. Looking at the level 2 quotes right now, we are looking at 1409, up 9 cents before the open here, and we'll go back to the 30 seconds and we'll watch that. So again, what we're looking at on the day, let's go through these again. With the S&P 500, S&P 500 is looking to close down, and this is going to generate phone calls. Those of you that don't trade on your own, that have a financial advisor, a lot of those folks that hire somebody else are worried about today based on the drop yesterday. And they're questioning, should I take my profits? Should I take my profits? And I saw one guy on CNBC last night said he's kind of in my camp. He thinks everything could go down further 10-20%. And again, my S&P tells me, or my analysis tells me the same thing. So the S&P is looking to open down a couple points. We got 3 minutes here before the open. The Nasdaq is looking to open up, but barely, like 6 points. So 0.04, 0.4%. And then looking at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, we're looking to open down 46. So let's go into the S&P 500. And what I want to cover for you all again today is what I covered before. And that is when I did my DD, what was that, 4 hour, right? Here we go. All right, when I did my due diligence, I drew a line in the sand, and my vertical line here is only for what I looked at. I started looking at this Monday more in depth and doing just basically from a TA, from a technical analysis, taking a look at what I think the S&P, that if it does correct, If it further corrects, what's it, or not, I'm sorry, the NASDAQ or the S&P, if they further correct, what could they go down to? Well, we had a drop yesterday, right? It had a little bit of a significant drop. I think the next stop down is right around this 3,720 level or so. We've got several times, 1, 2, 3, almost 4, 5, 6 times it's come back and retest. The first time it basically turned the resistance into the next support level and then held that support level, and now we're back up here again with 52-week highs based on the Fed. This would be a 7% drop down to 37.20 or so. Okay, the next stop down from that is only 2% further, so there's a chance if it blows through this, it could come to here, but there's only really 3 time periods in September, late October, and then in November that we would be down 9% off of the highs. So this is 7% on the first line drop, this is a 9% drop, and then it's a lookout below, and then you're basically looking at just about a 18 to 20% drop down to the next level. And then, do people panic? And then if they panic, then we could be looking at May levels or so around 25. And then if that happens, then you're looking for a pullback of, let's say the old resistance is the new support, about 24%. So that's kind of what I see in the tea leaves as far as that goes. All right, so we've got about a minute or so before we open here. And so we're going to pull up the S&P 500, and we'll pull up the clock. And we've got about 7 seconds. And here we go for the opening bell. Let's see what happens. All right, ding, 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 ding. And we open up 475 on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ opens down, basically flat, down 13, but looks like it's trending. The VIX is going up. If you look at the bottom of the screen, we're at 21.7. Again, this bounced from 19 up to 21.7 is where we're at on the VIX, and the S&P dropped on the open. The NASDAQ is basically up 13, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average is looking like it's opening down. Oops, hello, click on it. Down about 44 points. So definitely a red day to at least get things started. If we take a look at AMC, nice pop on the open, just confirming what it had done, had a sell-off. So there were market sell orders on the open here, and that's where that. So we're going to see GameStop also trading down probably a little bit more. Yeah, GameStop is down 4.6%, down $9 to 193. Had some buying volume on the open, and that could be people saying, hey, let's get in, but immediately slapped right back down again as if those buy orders don't exist. And again, we'll leave the levels up for the pre-market for about a half an hour or so and the post-market, and then we'll form our own levels for the day. So still too early to call. Right now we have the Dow down 77. We have the NASDAQ up 30 points. We have the S&P down 2 points. So a mixed open to get started. We have, what's my NMTR doing? Those options expire today. That's up 4%. Yay. Probably worth $130 now. NVIDIA, I'm already out of that one, but it's back up to 513. And then the SQQQs are going to trade down a little bit, down to 1410, down 9 cents only. But we've got a flat S&P, which is concerning. Again, oil is down. We talked about that. Bitcoin and Ethereum are back up. We're up to 58,500 on Bitcoin. We're up to back above 1,800 there. And now let's look at the rest of the rest here. We've got AMD trading up. Only 74 cents though. So again, be very, very careful if you're doing momentum plays today. If you're already not in on a scalp trade, you probably want to start thinking about maybe making an exit on it. Okay, the VIX just took a huge jump, all the way from 21.7 up to 22. And so let's get right into the, let's see the bonds real quick here. There we go. The 10-year is up as well, up 1.6 cents, 3 cents on the 30-year Treasury. And we may have some problems here on the day. So let's take a look at the S&P. No real move there. So that was interesting. So the VIX just slammed up from 21.7 to 21.9. So 0.2 of a point, and the S&P basically Why am I looking at the futures? Sorry about that. Let me get to the actual S&P. A lot of symbols going on today. So the S&P is trading down 0.2, basically flat on the day. So flat on the day on the S&P. NASDAQ is up 47, very small recovery, and then the Dow is down 110. Let me take a look at my positions here, and I know I'm down on stuff today. My SQQQs are down, but I got a bunch of profit in that right now. MTR is up. AMC mixed on the day on my options. Let's see here. Options expiration. So we've got quadruple witching today. And so there's a lot of options expiring. So downward pressure on both GME down to 194 and a greater pressure on AMC. So GameStop right now is down 3.3% to 195. AMC trying to hang on to its gains on the day, down about 13 cents, so down about 1% with sellers in control right now. And so this might be a buying opportunity if you're looking to pick up more shares. Let's go out to the 3-minute. And I want to take a look at levels here real quick. You see, you can't get levels here, but we're, you know, you might, will we hit 1350 or so? That's the next stop. 1378. So 1375, 1378. If we break through that on the downside, then we're looking at the 1350s or so. And then, you know, you're looking at about 2% decline if that happens. I'm not saying that's going to happen right now. You definitely have buyers in control, but we're getting into the oversold. So if we're looking at a 3-minute chart, we're oversold. We're getting the oversold. Blue line is disconnected from the red line, okay? And then on the moving average convergence divergence, and then we also have, you know, we got a couple buyers coming back in, but the S&P is slipping down a little bit here, and the VIX is going up. Now we're at 22.0 on the VIX. So again, be careful if you're looking to buy anything on momentum, thinking it's going to keep going up. Be very, very careful of what you're owning here, because it's looking to me. There's no good news. There is no good news. If you take a look at, let's go to Drudge real quick here. And this is what they're going to be talking about on Sunday morning talk shows. I've not gone into the site yet, but I bet you the headlines are still COVID. And they are. Paris locked for a month. Third wave wrecks spring. When will this end? There's your Sunday morning talk shows. They'll talk about stimulus. They'll talk about bonds a little bit. Then they're going to talk about COVID. It's just a fact. That's what they're going to go over. And so when you have those fears coming in that it's spreading again and U.S. states are spiking again, although last time it spiked, it went like this. I think this time it's probably going like this. So is it anything to necessarily worry about? You know, to each its own. You can make your own judgment calls on that. Okay. GameStop, again, still down 11.87%. Over 11 points, down 5%. AMC, however, only down 1%. Again, it's a disconnect. And this is based on the whole market basically being down with the exception of the NASDAQ. So in 9 minutes, we will get the S&P 500 heat map. This will start showing up, and we'll see the red and green. But that, again, that's a 15-minute delayed chart. Back to AMC, YOLO 801, patience, right? Let's see here. We like to see yield. We like the stock on 317.21. Adam Aaron received 949,000 restricted stock. 1/3 of the total will be exercisable. It can be traded publicly January of each year for the next 3 years. Essentially, Aaron has a literal invested long-term interest in getting AMC to the moon. Looks like the AMC Ape Army just got their general. He's been the general. Where have you been, Cheryl? Or Sharon, whatever your name is. Okay. All right. So they're going to use Daryl from, that's Walking Dead on AMC channel. Ape eating crayons. We're ready. We're pumped. We're ready to go. We've got our Crayolas for the day, and so we're ready to go to battle if we need to. I do have cash available. Wicked Witch of the West stuff. Let's see, anything else fun here? Ape eating crayons. Rally the Troops, AMC, and that's about an hour ago. We saw this one before. Everybody chasing it. Okay, cool. 9:30 a.m. Blast off. That's kind of a cool one. Could have done a little bit better with the AMC logo. Looks a little goofy there, but still nice meme. Oh, that's from March. Yeah, that's from March 18th. Yeah, yesterday. So good stuff there on the stock side. But again, the biggest one on the Twitter one this morning was Jason Belfort, and basically just put up an AMC logo, a small GIF on his Twitter feed, and then about 1,500 retweets or 700 comments, 2,300 retweets and about 700 comments on it, something like that. So here we go, AMC. Again, we'll go back to the 30 seconds chart here, and we'll see a little, nice candle here, nice doji flip right here, and then you got your 3-bar play right here. Above these, we're definitely above there. That put a buy signal on the 30 second. I don't think we got one on the 3 minute yet. Nope, not yet. Still need an up candle on the 3 minute to present a buy, but that's a nice little recovery here, 1393. So are the battle lines being formed? Are the battle bots? Are we ready to battle the bots today? And Knight, good morning, good to see you. And so if we're looking at battling the bots today, what are we going to battle for? Hey, look, if we battle for $14 today, I'm good with that. I'm absolutely good with that, because we're up 36% over the last week. That would be fantastic. VIX up to 22.1, and the S&P is now down 9 points. NASDAQ up 26 points. However, the Dow is down 200 points. So again, be very, very careful. If you're scalping, I've not made any trades today. I do anticipate possibly closing out on my NMTR option. I can get 125 bucks on it. Let me take a quick look at that, because I think I'm going to close that out right now. That's up 3%. Yeah, I'm going to close this option out. I'm going to get my 125 bucks, which is better than nothing, and that is going to be a loss of about $1,200. And let me see here, and what's my mid at? My mid is at 3 cents. Let's see here. I do not want a market order. We want a limit order. Limit. Yeah, let's try 5 cents. Let's see if we get it. Let's see if somebody bites. Okay, so I put that in to sell my 50 calls to get 125 bucks on it. I don't think it's going to fill, to be honest with you, with options expiration. I've got an NVIDIA one worth $2 at 570. That ain't going to fill either. My SQQQs, I'm up on those right now. My SQQQs, my 1,000 shares, I'm up 4%. My options are up 26%. So my options are actually down $75 on the day. But again, the VIX just took another jump. Now we're red. So now we are full red on each index. Down 243 on the Dow, down 7 on the NASDAQ, down 17 on the S&P 500. If you guys have been listening to me all week, this is kind of what we've been talking about with possibly happening. And again, the bad news for today, I don't mean to be a doom and gloom or bear here, but there's no good news. There's absolutely no economic news coming out today. So what could possibly come in and drive the market up? Sentiment? Not with the NASDAQ correcting 3% yesterday. There's nothing to hold this thing up. And then as you look at, they were talking about bonds or the yields being down this morning, and those already flipped. So it's only up a skosh, a little bit, my Japanese there. It's only up 1.8 cents, so to 1.737% on the U.S. 10-year. The 30-year dropped, but only 0.3 of a penny, so 2.458 on the 30-year. So when you have that, you have the VIX. And if you look at this from, if we take this out to a 10-minute chart, and we look at Monday, 20.6 to 22.7. So 20.6 divided into 22.7, we are looking at a 9% sentiment change to the negative since Monday of this week. So let me say that again. With the VIX, the volatility index, we're looking at a 9% sentiment to the negative from Monday open until right now. And so when you have that, what you're looking at is you have everybody saying, you can't look at the VIX from a chart level and say, well, buy the VIX and buy the SQQQs because, moon soon. You're looking at it from a standpoint of what's the overall underlying trend. And if you look at the trend, this is a daily chart. We were at the bottom. That 19 that we hit the other day You know, it's been a declining VIX, which has been a bull market since March, right? That would have been where it's at. But in March, that darn thing spiked up to 85.5. Okay, so 85.5, and over the last year, 76.7. But really, you might as well extrapolate that back all the way back to March. So if we're going to enter a new period, you can't really look at levels because we're starting to bust through those a little bit. And the volatility is up 6% today from yesterday, but 9% overall on the week. So with that, that's going to bring in some negatives, and you're going to have things like the S&P 500 dropping down here, down 17 points right now, and you know, curving up. What could bring support? What could bring it in here to support? I just don't see it. I just don't see it. We got 2 more minutes on the heat map, and that'll show up. And we've got down 31 points on the NASDAQ. And of course, the Dow is leading the charge to the downside, now down 234, but about 0.75%. So about 0.75% there. On the NASDAQ, you're down 0.22%, so call it a quarter. And then on the S&P, you're down almost 0.5%, 0.42, so 0.42% on the S&P 500. So back up to our battle bots. We're down 43 cents, 13.57. Not necessarily a bad sign yet. Again, I'm gonna discount what's going on here on the open. We're gonna eliminate this first, call it the first 10, 15 minutes or so of trading, and say where does it come in? Well, it comes in here, slam down. Now you've got volume, but here's the problem. You got volume here, and this is a 30-second chart only. You got volume here initially off the buy signal here, which is why there's probably not one on the 3-minute. Yeah, no buy signal on the 3-minute yet, because you have your buying volume is exceeding your selling volume. And when you have that, there's a doji, the formation, the start of a doji, and so it might apply more pressure on the stock. And I'm not buying yet. I'm saving my ammo. I probably will not buy any more AMC until at least this afternoon, if need be, to help the cause. So we'll see where we go on that. Okay, VIX coming back down 1/10 of a point here to 22.6. Bitcoin, let's look at the metals. We've got gold down $1.30. Palladium down 54. Platinum back down below 1200 again, 1171. And then silver, where's silver at? Same place it always is, range bound between 26 and 28. Okay. All right. And again, when you see the markets go down, you may see, things like Bitcoin and Ethereum pop down a little bit too. So as the market pulls back, initially you'll see this come in, but you'll see inflows into Bitcoin and Ethereum if we sell off. It's going to get slammed. If the market corrects 10, 15%, whatever it's going to be, or maybe we're done, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Don't know anything that I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. Just some guy on the internet. Like it says down at the bottom of the box here, not financial or tax advice, and is not financial. I'm not a financial advisor. I hold no licenses whatsoever in the financial area. I used to many years ago. Okay, so AMC down 52 cents now, 1348. Let's go back to the 30-second chart here. Again, just like we talked about, we didn't have the buyers were not outpacing the sellers on the small bump up. And so then it's going to take a very small amount of sellers to come back in because there's no volume. So we are now 15 minutes in. Volume very light, 13 divided by 152. We have 9% of the volume in the first 17 minutes. If we look at GameStop and do the same thing, we have 2.3 divided by 58.27. So we are 9% volume there, 4% on GameStop. So again, GameStop doesn't have the volume percentage of average volume. It hasn't for AMC all week long. All week long, more people have been exiting GME and I think dumping their shares in the AMC. And I said that on Monday. I got slammed by somebody on Twitter. That person actually came back onto that thread and they apologized to me because they came out strong, called me a shill, all this other stuff, trying to drive wedges in between GameStop and AMC. I by no means was doing that whatsoever. All I was doing is giving my opinion of what is going on in the market and what I see. And again, the fundamentals, I'm going to look at the fundamentals. I think AMC is disconnected from GameStop. I love GameStop. I hope they survive. I hope they do well. I plan to buy a PS5 from them. But my comparisons are based on inflows into the stock on the institutional owner side. And then also I'm looking at Cinemark as a benchmark of where they're at because I believe these two are converging. I believe Cinemark and AMC are converging. I believe I might be of all the ones I'm talking about when I go to other YouTube ones, you guys are getting something a little different here from me. The reason why is I'm going to stick to known facts. I'm not going to postulate on what possibly might be happening in terms of a short squeeze and things like that. Would I love for it to short squeeze or gamma squeeze? Of course I would. I own a lot of shares. I own the rights to own a lot more shares. So because of that, I want the stock. I want the company to go up because I like the stock, right? So Cinemark currently down 1.27%. So AMC. So with that, let's see what happens here now. So we need this volume here, even on a 30-second chart. We need it to exceed because we're still operating on a sell signal. That sell signal was given way back here at about an hour and a half ago. Had buy signals here. I would not have bought at that area, especially followed by a doji. I would have waited because it's consolidating. And then on the open, it drops. And then here we go here. But that's on a 3-minute. Let's look live right now, 30-second chart. Scrunch that back down a little bit. And 1350. So let me pull up. Let me take a look here. And while we're watching that for a moment, I'm going to go to the options chain. And I'm going to review a couple things on that. So let me hide this. Get that down. Let me click over here on options. And I'm going to go around the money. And I only want today. Okay. All right. And so looking at this, looking at the 13, so 14s, we have open interest of 29,000 contracts. I can put this up here. Hold on a second. So $14 has 29,884 open interest. Volume today is already 5,400 contracts at the 14 level. So we've already had 5,400 contracts trade. What? No, you were already outside 2 times and you already had your snack. All right. So 1350 has 9,700 contracts and 20,000 contracts at the 13 level. So where am I getting those from? I will show you. This is my level 2s and my time in sales. So again, this is the options chain, and this is live right now for AMC. And I only did the around the money. So in the around the money, it highlights the closest one. So actually the closest one, they're saying is 13, but it's actually 1350. So you've got 20,000 contracts over here at 13. You got 9,700 at 1350, and you've got 29,000 contracts at 14. That's on AMC. Now let's take a look at GameStop and give that a second for it to load. All right, so if we're looking at GameStop at 192, so now you're on the 5s here for them. So where we're at 50-cent contracts, 50-cent 00 on AMC, we're at $5 spread between contracts on GameStop. So if you look at the 190, because it's at 192 right now, where's the volume at? 200 only has 5,200 contracts. This open interest and this low volume tells me that they're going to have a problem getting this thing back up to 200 today. I'm not saying that they can't do it. I'm just saying it's going to be a bigger battle for them to get GameStop up to 200 than it is for AMC to get back up to 14. Okay. So now let's go into market depth, and now we have our time in sales over here, and then we have our level 2 quotes in here. And any news over here? No, nothing of major interest. Breaking news, top news, front page. Oops, hello. Same news stories as before, except they changed it to Dow slips on the open. They weren't talking about that before. So here we are. We're sitting at 1378, 1384. We're bouncing between 8 and 9 cents here. The spread, wow, you got about 11 cent or a couple cent spread here and there. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? All right, come on. All right, be good. Here, put your. She's got to block whatever I'm trying to do to look forward. She will do to put her head in front of mine. Huh. All right. You a good dog? You a good dog? Yes, I know I love you too. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? You're not going to kiss me. Go on. Get out of here. Where's your ball at? Where's your squeaky toy or your bone? Let me see where a bone is. Hold on. Where's your bone at? Huh? Your bone? What you do with it? Alexa. You know what you like? I don't know what you do with it. It's right here. What's this? What's this? Is this your bone? Come here. Sit. Shake. Good dog. Shake. Down. Up. Yeah. Diamond hands. All right. That's not going to work, by the way. She's going to be right back at it here in a moment. Okay, so let's see. Update. No real news there. No AMC news of sorts. You got some more Form 4s being filed. Those are people getting shares, rewards of shares in most cases. Let me fix my posture here. Go back up. Okay, all right, very good. All right, so let's go back to this one here. And again, we've got in the markets, we've got the Dow is down 274, the NASDAQ is up 11 points, and the S&P is down 4 points. I'm going to pull this one back down. And let's look at some other things here. So GameStop 191. Again, I think they're gonna have a problem. 195, 200. There's just not as much options interest as there has been in the past, and that tells me we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to form a 100% opinion on what GameStop's going to do because we're only 24 minutes into trading here, or 26 minutes into trading. But it's certainly not looking very good. On AMC, however, I think we're looking at the 50 cents on the options. So you're looking at basically 13, 13.50, and 14. But 14 has the most. 14 has, and I think more than 15. Let me go back to my options chain. What did I say? It was 20 something thousand here. 14, 29,000 at 14. You got 49,000 options open interest on the $15 calls, 19,265 on the 14.50s, 29,884. So those of you with $15 call options, if they're going to expire worthless, if you don't think we can get up to 15, and it could happen. The problem is we would need overall market momentum, I think, to get there. We would need sentiment to move in our favor. We would need to have the NASDAQ blown through 100, 150 points to the north in order for us to bring in possible other buyers with confidence to take that risk. So anytime you're talking about people that either are not in AMC or you want to bring them to help with the battle, they need to see confidence not only in the stock but in the overall sentiment of the market to participate, because all their other stuff they're losing money on all week. So if they've been losing money this week, then what's their impetus to put money into AMC, which is obviously to them possibly more risk than leaving it in, say, Tesla, even though Tesla is down to 641, down $12. Would they see that as the buying opportunity, or would they see something like AMC either as a YOLO, you only live once? Obviously we want this stock to go FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. And if we can continue the uptrend that we have here, I'll take this kind of growth. I'll take this where we're up 20% on a Monday, pull back a little bit on Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday we start doing well. And then here we are on Friday. Okay, so again, we've got the Dow down now 320. We got the S&P up, pardon me, down 18.5, and we got the NASDAQ up 7. We'll go ahead and take a look at the heat map now, because it's been, I forgot, I apologize for that, I forgot to look at that, but you got a mix of green there. You got some of the healthcare sectors up a little bit, but barely. Anytime you see green or a very or a dark gray, and I say dark gray, but this is a tint of red here, but a little bit because it's a negative, where this is a tint gray of very light green, but Microsoft being up 0.3. Apple down again today. You've got Disney down almost 1%. Netflix is up a little bit to 505, but off of its highs. Facebook is actually up 1.54% today. I don't know why. Amazon down, Tesla back down to 637.35. Okay, you got your chip makers. You've got Nvidia down to 506, down 0.5%. You've got Intel down 1%. You've got AMD 77.91, down 0.27%, so down 0.25%. You've got Micron down 0.7. You got the banks, JP Morgan and Bank of America down 3%, and Citigroup down 2.7%. Wells Fargo down 3%. All the regionals are getting hammered. You've got consumer defensive stuff. I don't know why they call them consumer defensive, but they're just retail. Discount stores, consumer defensive. Walmart, Costco, calling them discount stores, that's a bit of a stretch nowadays. Costco, Target, I call it Target. What's that? Dillard's, right? Dollar General. Yeah, Dollar General, and then Dollar Tree. So Dollar Tree down, the rest up, but just a little bit. Nike, again, they came out, missed earnings, so they're down 4%. Starbucks is, all those are down as well. You have the airlines, Boeing down 1%. Raytheon 1.39%. Lockheed Martin down 1%. Northrop Grumman down almost 1%. Healthcare diagnostic research, medical devices, they continue to run, being to the upside here. Procter & Gamble, anybody really trade those anymore? I don't. Energy is down because oil is down today, so those are all down. Your industrials are down, your Honeywells, your 3Ms, your GE, everything down in that box. Yep, Roper, I was seeing if that was what kind of color that was. IDEX, the only one that's up there. And then again, Boeing down 1%, back down to 253. So you have a little bit of green here, but mostly red, and that's going to be reflected in the market. And the fact that the S&P is now down 17, the NASDAQ is down 15, and the Dow is down 258. So definitely a red day out of the box here, as there's just simply not enough buyers to come in because there's nothing to support. There's nothing to support it. You have people like this going out there talking about Paris is locked for another month, and now they're saying, third wave wrecks spring, and then the talking heads are going to say, well, no spring in the United States then either. If they're locked down over there, it's going to be coming here, and then they'll go to their little news conferences, and these idiot governors like Me Too Como over there in New York and Newsom in California and Prickster is what I call them, out of Illinois, and they might come out, and Inslee out of Washington, and say, well, it looks like things are tightening up. We're going to have to go back another level here. We're going to have to retract in phases. And, the last spike was here. And even though this one here is going like this, that's enough to control you again and throw you back in your houses. So we'll see. So down 36%. Basically, we bounced off the low here at the open here right about 47 minutes in. And now we're a half hour in. And so we're bouncing off that level there. That's certainly good news. But we're in a little bit of a consolidation phase here. We did hit, on the 3 minute, we did hit a buy back at 51 minutes, so about 10 minutes or so ago on this initial one. But now we're in consolidation phase, right? And again, even on the 3 minute, the buys did not exceed the sells. But again, this is initial volume. I take that discounted. If you look at this, the reason it gave the signal is it said it ignored these past here. So this first 12 minutes of the market opened 3 times, because you got 4 bars here times 3 minutes each, so 12 minutes. Then it's maybe comparing to these, but even at this bar here, it gave the signal because of these 2 bars. Not necessarily convinced yet. This is a good sign, the fact that the sell volume is a little bit lower than the buy volume here on the 3 minute, so that looks pretty good. However, my blue did not pass my red yet. And so I would not have bought there. You're in a good position here, right in the middle of the chart for the oversold, overbought range. There's a down doji a little bit, 37 cents, 38 cents, 36 cents. Interesting there. And we're well below the 50, the 180, and the 200 levels. And again, so looking at that there. So GameStop, can't stop, won't stop. GameStop, down 12 points, down 6%, and AMC is down 2.5%. Let's take a look at the VIX. This is volatility index, and it 6% spike in volatility today, or I call it market sentiment. You have the Nasdaq down 51. S&P is now down 24. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average down 279, 280. Your 10-year bond is up 2.4 cents. And again, this was negative. This was down in the pre-market. So this was down in our pre-market while that market was open. It was down a little bit. And then it started jumping about an hour before market open. Yeah, 5:30. So about an hour before market open, it started rising back up again. And now it's up, 2.4 cents. And look at the 30 years now positive too. Positive in terms of an increase in yield. So the 30 years now up to 2.469%. So it's up about a quarter or a 0.25 gain on that, which is equal to 0.7 of 1 penny on the yield. Okay. And again, so my triple Qs are probably up. Yeah. So I'm at a 1365 on my triple Qs. My short triple Qs. And that's got me up probably about $1,000 today. Yeah, right about there. I'm up, let's see here. $832 on my overall across all my accounts. I'm up $800 right now. That's because I'm short the market. And we talked about that earlier this week, and I've been talking about it all day long, every day, about what I see happening in the market. And I'm just going to give you the facts. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to say everything's going to moon. You're not necessarily going to hear everything that you want to hear, but at least the things you do hear, I'm going to try and give you quality content over quantity and clickbait, because I'm looking at doing trades too. Oh, by the way, I need to see if my trade filled. It did not. I'm trying to get 5 cents on this damn thing and it won't give it to me. Come on, give me my $125 back. All right. Yeah. All right. I'll just let that order sit in there. I don't think somebody's going to buy my contract for $2 on the NMTR options that are expiring later today. Let's see here. Let's see. So 9.675. Those are selling at. I'm looking at my AMC options for today. And I've got 30 other calls at $4 that I'm going to let expire, because that's going to equal 3,000 shares times 13.63 is 40,890 minus my cost basis, which was, where are we at here? Oh, there we go. 13,384 minus 13,384. Oops. I did that wrong. Hold on a second. Time, where are we at on price? 1360. 40,800 minus 13. So 27,416 minus 28,950. So if I sold my calls right now, I've got about another $1,534 of profit versus letting them exercise. But if I close that position, it won't be making them give me back my shares. So I believe what I'm going to do with my $4 calls is I'm going to let those exercise, and I'm going to take the 3,000 shares. And I think I'll take the 3,000 shares. It's a $1,500 hit for me, but it's the right thing to do for the stock, because I like the stock. I like the stock, and because I got those diamond hands. So we're looking at those. All right. So 1368. Let's go back down to the 30-second. On the 3-minute, did it give me a sell? It shouldn't have. No, still on a buy signal. Still, big time consolidation here going on. And VIX up to 23.1 now. That's not good. I've got my snack again, which is my Hilscher plate. Got them on Amazon. I don't know. I think they're a couple bucks each or something like that. Okay, so I just put in an alert for Palantir crossing 2281. So I have that in there. Oh, by the way, I want to show you guys something. Coinbase. Once coin comes in as a symbol and we're able to trade it, there's a way you can create alert that basically you put in at 0 and you say crossing 0 as an alert, and it will alert to you when that new IPO opens on the market. So let's say you were looking at not Rocket. Let's take our last one, Roblox. So let's say you had Roblox, okay, and you have Roblox, and what you wanted to do is you wanted to come over here back to when it opened back on the 10th of March, and you want to say, hey, I want to know when this thing hits the exchange. Well, you can basically click anywhere in the chart, and then you can go add alert, okay? And then basically what you do is you want to be crossing and then 0. And then as soon as it opens, you would get an alert sound. And if you have your sound enabled on your alerts, and that's a good way to basically have the have that go up. Okay. I believe you can do greater than. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I believe it's the greater than that you choose. So greater than 0, and then you create the alert, and then it will do it. Usually, I have it up, and I'll have it up here in my watch box, and it'll show zeros on the day, and then it'll pop. Sometimes I set an alert if I'm looking at it. One of the things I look for is if I'm going to buy into something like that, is what's the float on the number of shares for the float, okay? And then if it hits, say, I don't know, half the volume or so in the first 30 to 45 minutes of the total amount of shares, that tells me, hey, it's got some momentum and it could push higher. If it doesn't do half the volume of the float within the first 45 minutes or so, or an hour of opening, then maybe not, and it might pull back. So Roblox, though, up 235 today. Let's go in the 30-second chart, see what's up with them. But still consolidation. And again, we're in this flat part of the market already, which normally we don't see this kind of a market until a good, 2 hours at least, 2.5 hours into the open. So some other movers, U.S. oil down to 40.35, down 8 cents on the day. Workhorse up a little bit, up 40 cents. Let's look at the heat map. Facebook is up. Why are they up? They shouldn't be up in this market. They should be down. WhatsApp hires Amazon. We already had that news. Yeah, no real news. Twitter asks, when should we cut off rule-breaking world leaders? When they disagree with the narrative you're trying to push, because that's what you've been doing. Live markets post-Fed still dig into cyclicals. Facebook developing wristband to support augmented reality glasses. Okay. All right. That's why. So Facebook unveils wristband for augmented reality. Source, let's see if there's a picture. Nope. Must subscribe. So let's go Facebook wristband VR. Let's see if we can get a free story here out of it. ZDNet, PC Mag. Here we go. I'm trying to click on news stories that don't have a paywall. That thing's huge. Can this Facebook wristband device replace a keyboard and mouse? What? What? Is betting VR and augmented reality is the future of computing, but a big obstacle is how people will control the technologies without wearing a bunch of clunky hardware. On Thursday, the company debuted clunky hardware, a possible solution, a wristband that can sense your finger and hand movements and translate them into the digital world. So how tight does that thing have to, I got a smartwatch on. It's a Mob Boy Pro, and got some nice colors on that there. And I got the wrist snap, which basically turns it on for me. Let's see. They're betting that VR and augmented reality is the future of computing. Yes and no. The problem is when you put those things on your head and you're wearing them for an extended period of time, it's like wearing a headset all day, unless it's a super, super light headset. And these VR glasses, and I have the HP Verge 2 sitting in a box. I haven't even opened it yet since I'm mining with my desktop computer. That weight on there wears after a little while. So this looks clunky, but it kind of looks cool. The wristbands technology comes from a startup that Facebook acquired in 2019. The device itself doesn't read your mind. Really? It detects the electrical signals moving through your muscles along your arm. That makes sense. You move your fingers, and you'll see different muscles in here in your wrist that go all the way up, right? And the tendons and all that stuff moving, and it looks like it's taking a look at those. And if you wonder how all this stuff works, the best example that I can give you of this is over on Twitch. If you look at her channel, it's called, I'm sure you've already seen it, but it's Code Miko. And Code Miko basically has an avatar that if we go to twitch.com, and I don't know if she's live right now. I got to press pause right away, otherwise it's just going to start playing it. Where are we at here? I'm trying to see if she's got one on here somewhere, but if I go to more, hold on. I can go to her channel and show you. I don't see it in this list. Come on. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. So what she does is she wears, and she hasn't shown us yet, or I haven't seen it. She wears something on her head, and then she's got something on her hands, and then she basically, you look at this, and her avatar.
Ow, 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 ow.
Let's go further in the stream. Here we go. So she's wearing this stuff, and then she's got an avatar, and then she's got an egg over here that people do it.
Oh my
do
God,
it on.
You guys are really coming in today, aren't you?
And she's had like 161,000 views on it. So she's running this stuff with these electronic things on her hands as a coder. So as she talks and she moves, the mouth moves, the chat goes across her chest, and then it's hilarious. It's just entertainment, but that's when you look at something like Facebook. That's probably what this thing does. It's detecting the signals and the movements. Now hers are actual, I'm guessing they're actual gloves that she wears, and then those go like that. And then her avatar, the stuff she's wearing on her body, is basically mimicking the movements. And so as she's speaking and moving her real body, her avatar is doing the exact same moves. And it's fascinating technology. But it's mind-numbing entertainment. So if you're looking to kill time watching the Twitch channel and just zone out from the world, it's kind of humorous. Her chat is funny. She's growing an egg, and the chat has the power to heat up the egg and basically blow it up and kill it, and then or cool it down so that it kills it. They can kill her. They can time her out. They can do all kinds of things. They can put her in timeout. They can make her speak Korean for 30 seconds. There's all kinds of things that the chat can make her do, and she'll have 4,000 to 5,000 people in there at a time. And so if I'm working on something that doesn't take a lot of brain power, I might have it playing in the background. So this is interesting stuff. So I think that Facebook bought the technology when they acquired the company in 2019. That's a big wristband. But again, talking about your wrist, I'm 56 years old, okay? I don't look it because I try and take care of myself mostly. But if you're using a mouse and that mouse has your wrist like this, get a vertical mouse. This is the vertical mouse. Instead of doing like this, get the natural feeling of your wrist, and you are going to, versus this, you want this. And you'll help your muscles out as you get older. So remember that as you get older, vertical mouse is the way to go. So if you have that device on your wrist, could it replace the keyboard and mouse by detecting the muscle movements in your wrist? And let's say you just have it resting and you're doing like this in the air or something. I don't know. If you're doing it in the air, this is going to get tired after a while. I know that from being in the Marine Corps and having to hold an M16, A1 and A2 up like this all the time. Anything of any weight, if you hold this long enough, after about a half an hour or so, you're not going to be able to support that. It's going to feel like it's getting heavier and heavier because your muscles are going to feel that, not the weight itself, but the constant pressure of the weight being on there. So if you think you're going to do it in the air, I don't know about how long you can do that for. It's the same as trying to wear a VR headset. You can do it for short periods of time, maybe a half hour, an hour. I don't know. You can do it for 3 or 4 hours straight without taking a break and moving that off there. So good for Facebook for doing that. I don't know anything else about their technology for that, but I do know that the Dow is bouncing back, or I'm sorry, the S&P is bouncing back now. So that's good news. Let's take a look there. And where are we at here? S&P, SPX. Give me the SPX. Still down 10 on the day though, but a nice recovery off the bottom there at 38.86. So 38.86 divided into 39.05. So it bounced back about 1% since the open there. So we're getting on about almost 42 minutes into the open. The battle lines have not necessarily been drawn yet. We've got the NASDAQ climbing back too. It's up 15 now. That's a good sign. And then we've got the Dow still negative 174. So a little bit, but again, super light volume today though too. But you've got quadruple witching, and when you have quadruple witching, again, we'll go over that. And I think the Investopedia had the right one. Here we go. What does that mean? That is basically the expiration of on a date which stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock futures expire simultaneously. It basically happens once a month on the third Friday of each month. So third Friday of each month is when you have this quadruple witching, and it happens 4 times a year. Friday, March, or I'm sorry, 5. All 4 asset classes expire simultaneously on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December. So all 4 classes expire. That's why they call it quadruple. And today is that day, March 19th. So similar to triple witching, when 3 out of the 4 markets expire, or double witching. Let's see here. It may increase volume and arbitrage opportunities. In other words, volatility. Witness heavy trading volume in part due to the offsetting of existing futures and options contracts that are profitable. Okay, so people will sell their options contracts that are profitable. Let's see here. Options, derivatives, we know that. If the price is higher than the strike price at the options expiration date, the investor can exercise or convert to shares of the stock and cash out for a profit. A put option allows an investor to profit from a decrease in the stock's price, along with index options and single stock futures. Okay. Again, each call option that you have represents 100 shares of the stock. Holders of stock future options don't receive dividend payments. Index futures, market impact. Call options expire in the money and are profitable when the price of the underlying security is higher than the strike price in the contract. Put options are in the money when a stock or index is priced below the strike price. In both situations, the expiration of in-the-money options results in automatic transactions between the buyers and sellers of the contracts. As a result, quadruple witching dates lead to an increased amount of these transactions being completed. Guys like me with 30 calls on AMC at $4 that is going to exercise them, even though I'll lose a little bit of profit on it. Following the week of quadruple witching, the market indices, such as the S&P 500, tend to decline, perhaps due to exhausting the near-term demand for stocks. So again, if we end down today and the jury's still out, what's going to happen on the day? But if we end down today, the fact that it's quadruple witching may possibly have us looking at a down week next week. We'll see. Despite overall increase in trading volume, quadruple witching days do not necessarily translate into heavy volatility. Volatility is a measure of the extent of price fluctuations, and securities low volatility could be due to long-term institutional investors, such as pension fund managers, who are largely unaffected since they don't change their long-term positions. Yeah, they do. Closing and rolling out contracts. Focus on offsetting, closing, or rolling out positions. Okay, let's see here. Okay, and there you go. All right. So now we've got the Dow down 200. We have the NASDAQ up 19, and the S&P is down 11, trying to claw back. The VIX is still up on the day, but it's had about a 5% pullback from the max volatility when it was 6% on the day. So 21.8, but still significantly higher than where we were before the Fed Open Market Committee meeting. With that, my SQQQ is actually up a penny, actually flat on the day. So now the S&P is starting to flat out. The VIX is starting to flatten out. Now down a little bit. You've got Ford up. Let's look at the S&P. Let's see if the colors changed a little bit. Nope. Oh, because I just looked at it. But again, you got Tesla's down 4% again. Look at that. It's just getting killed, man. Well, it was down 4%. Then it had to run up. Again, sorry about that. This is delayed. This is delayed by 15 minutes. So not accurate. So I apologize for that. So we're down 2.5% on Tesla. It's climbing back about 15 bucks or so. Hit at a low of 624. So 13, 14 bucks higher than its low on the day. We probably had a buy signal somewhere around this range. There we go. There was a buy signal there at 632 or so. You know, could you have bought? You could have bought here. You could have bought on the doji there. You know, AMC down only 13 cents now, so about 1%. There it is, 1.04%. So 14 cents, again, 13.83, so 14 cents is going to be worth about 1%. And you have 188.97. Again, it bounced off of its bottom as well, hitting as low as 182.66. But it's still down 6% on the day. So definitely a question there. 3-minute. Palantir. Where's my alert at? What the heck, dude? What I set it at? Oh, 2281. That's why. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. I don't understand why it's... So sometimes TradingView acts wonky. I think this is an example of that. Okay. All right. Pulling back a little bit. You know, it ran into that 2460 level on Palantir. Or 2424 level, sorry. Yeah, it's looking at support there yesterday. Good tunes. Kind of like this. All right, interesting stuff there. Rocket, I wouldn't touch it. Not in a rising interest rate. I bet the bond yield pulled back just a little. Let's see here. Yeah, a little bit. It slid down a little bit off of its high on the day. Still up 1.3 cents. So up to 1.730. And the 30-year is basically flat, 100% flat, 2.461, the same as where it ended yesterday there. So interesting stuff there. So now you have your S&P is starting to recover a little bit. And it's flattening out, though. I'm waiting for a dip in Ethereum to buy more. It's been keeping pretty steady the past week. Yeah, it has night. I want to pick up some more, too. You know, it keeps dipping down to the 1780 level. If we take a look out, let me go out 15 minutes and look and say, okay, when's your next opportunity? 1734. There's a 1742 here. So if you, let's just say 1742 divide into 1811. You know, it's about a 4% drop off of where it's at now, and it tested that 3 different times in the last day or so. If I go out a little bit further and go out on the 1 hour, a little bit tougher to see the days, but there's your 1734, 1742, 1734, 1723. It looks like that's a pretty good support level there Let me see here. Let me take, and I'm going to set an alert myself. Okay, so I set an alert there as well, and I want to see if it approaches that on a pullback. I might buy some more. I already moved some more money over to my Coinbase account, some cash, to possibly buy some more because I want to buy some more. But as long as it keeps vacillating in here, again, if the bigger markets end up correcting further than what it did yesterday, and right now we have a mixed open. We have the Dow down 256, NASDAQ is up 13, and the S&P is down 14. I'm down $200 on the day. But my Ford in my other account though, I'm up probably 20 bucks. Let's see here. I'm up $87. I still own 250 shares of Ford. So I did not sell all of my Ford. Almost all of it. I kept 250 in case I want to buy a Mustang later this summer. Okay. So now I'm down $60 on the day is where I'm at right now. I don't think I'm gonna scalp though. I might scalp a little bit in between. I don't know. I don't need that 190 bucks today. I'm up on the month. I've already made my month last week. So like the first couple days of the month, I made my month. Boy, that would have been that's sorry. I'm looking at an hour-long chart. I'm like, oh, I could have scalped that. Here's a scalp here. If you would have taken this one, what do I need on the sell? That's $1.38. I need 19 cents. So $1.38. If I would have bought 1,000 shares, I could have scalped about 1,300 bucks. Just following my trading rules. And looking at this buy now, I immediately looked at that chart and I already said I could have done it. I didn't even look at this, but I suspected I was right. Here's my buy signal on the 3-minute chart on Boeing. My blue is above the red. I'm not in an overbought condition. I'm right in the middle of the chart. It goes to oversold or overbought, sorry, but the blue is still above the red. It just issued a buy signal literally as we're watching the thing. It issues the buy signal, and that could have been a very, very fast scalp. I probably, if I was looking at this, I probably would have bought right here. Yeah, there's the cross. And let's say I would have bought here. Let's say I miss a little bit of this candle and I'm down here. That's $1.22. I need 19 freaking cents. I may scalp that later as an example. We'll see how it goes over the next half hour here to give you an example of how I trade and do a scalp. Yeah, shame on me. I could have made, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, so now I flipped. Now I'm up $440. I don't need to scalp today because the VIX just went up again and the S&P just dipped. So I may do a scalp. We'll see. It's been a little bit since I scalped, so I got to get back into my scalping mode where I'm doing that shit. Staring at a computer screen, wondering if I'm making the right move or not, or selling something off and then wondering if I sold too soon and didn't let it run. I'm letting AMC run. I think that's enough. So right now we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 300 points again. Lunchtime, as we get into lunchtime in another hour here in New York, hopefully the market just does this. If it does this, that's really what I want for today. I don't want the market to crash. I'm already profitable on my SQQQs. If we vacillate and just do this for a while, I'm good. But again, now we've got the 30-year Treasury is down just a little bit, 0.8 of 1 cent, and the U.S. 10-year Treasury is down is up 0.6 of 1 cent. So, but the S&P is down 20 now. And it just dropped, and now it's settling back in again. NASDAQ flat, up 1 point, and the Dow down 324 now, 325. So NASDAQ up 4, Dow down 328, S&P down 20, and that just doesn't look great. What does look great Not necessarily GameStop. And do any of you guys own any GameStop, by the way? Or did you all jump out and get AMC? AMC is at $13.91. I still have my sell to close my order on NMTR. It's up 5%, but nobody wants to give me a nickel for my 50 contracts. Bastards. I'm trying to make 250 bucks. I can only do it at 5-cent increments, so I can't even sell. I'm trying to sell those 50 contracts at a nickel and for 250 bucks. But I can't sell them at 4 cents. It's either got to be 0 or 5 cents. So unless 9 meters runs up to $2 and I can exercise those things, which is not going to happen, which would be, it'd be $10,000 buy and I have the money to do it in my account, but I don't think it's going up 25 cents. It ain't going up 12.5%. Yeah, it's not going up 12.5% over the next 6 hours. It'd be great if it could. What's the volume on it? Yeah, 952,000. Well, actually 952,000 shares divided into 5.13 million. It was trading 20% of its shares in the first hour. Ain't gonna happen. We'll see if I get filled though. Maybe somebody will fudge a button and accidentally close out my contract and give me 250 bucks. Don't see it happening. Do not see it happening. I should have closed it out earlier in the week. That's when I should have done it. But que sera. It's not a loss yet until it expires worthless. All right, so my AMC is now down only 4 cents to $13.96. So this is shaping up to a 14 again. And we closed yesterday at $14, right on the nose. We've got Vanguard, we've got Fidelity, we've got BlackRock, we've got Northern Trust, we've got Schwab, we've got Merrill. We've got all these different funds that came in and bought in since February 16th on AMC as institutional investors. Now it was at 8 at that point. 874 I think was the lowest that they got into 14. So those folks are up 38% since they started plowing into the stock. But again, they could have now. Some of them were doubling their position, so they basically averaged down. They may have bought it up here and held it through all of this, or they may have bought it at 6 or 5. And if they bought at 5 or 6, and now it's up to 14, they've got huge gains, and maybe they're holding. We won't know what they did this week until the end of next week, unfortunately. Those won't be disclosed to us. So again, you don't have transparency in the markets. And when you don't have transparency in the markets and you don't have full disclosure, they can look at, we can go to, I'll show you. Here's the problem. And I use this information. But at the same time, I'm down 500 bucks as the S&P moves back up. When you look at time and sales, here's the deal. Let's look at the stock, okay? Why is it that everybody in the world can see the level 2 quotes, and you may not get level 2 quotes where I do, because I qualify for them through my broker, Schwab. You're able to see these walls. You're able to see these walls and how far they go and say, some of these Yahoos have, there are 322 shares that have a limit order to sell the stock at $100,000. Let's look at 100. You have 629,000 limit orders at $100 a share to sell AMC right now. So we can see all the volume and all the limit orders that are in the sell. Conversely, we could see all the buy orders as well. So you've got 111,000 shares of people that want to buy that actually have a buy order entered on ARCA for 1 cent. That's that idiot Green, whatever his name is, that started. I wonder who his relationships are with. That gave a 1 cent price target on the stock. You know where he can go, right? Exactly. He's a pawn. He did not do any fundamental analysis on the stock, and he was initiating coverage. And of course, CNBC and everybody else carried them, and Forbes had the article, and Seeking Alpha, and all these guys had this article, and they didn't say initiated coverage. Some of them did. Some said, Green idiot initiates coverage. Most of them said analysts gives price prediction of 1 cent on AMC. They never said that he was initiating his coverage on it. And he's just looking for his irrelevant opinion to get on the news, in my opinion. That's all that was. He's irrelevant to the market. He doesn't get to dictate that my 3,000 shares are going to exercise, or my 30 call options are going to exercise today at $4 a contract, and I'm going to outlay $12,000 of cash, and then my shares are going to be worth. I'm gonna do 12,000 and 14 times 3,000, and they're going to be worth $42,000. So take your 1 cent price target, and you can go stick it. Because some of us are a little bit more intelligent than he's making himself out to be. Okay. Now I got to the party too late for GME. So did I. So went with AMC. There we go. Mobile stinks. No, I understood what you meant. AMC, I actually, the first time I bought AMC was back in December. I bought it in the 12s. I sold it at the 14s, 14 and a quarter, something like that, and made like $3,000 on it. Or not $3,000, like 2,600. And I took those gains and I immediately bought platinum coins from the U.S. Mint, and I bought silver coins from the U.S. Mint. So that's what I did with my last set of profits from AMC. So I'm on the second round of profits on my AMC, but I've held these for a while now. The shares I got at 10.26, and they're at 14. So 10.26 divided into 14. So those are up 27% on the shares, and my options are up like 127% on one and like 80% I'm up on the other ones. Something like that. So 13.95. So S&P is heading. It looks like it wants to get green. Let's go look at that. And let's look at the S&P, and let's make a guess right now on if the S&P is going to close green or not on the day. So we'll go out to 30 minutes. Externals are removed, and here's where we're at. So and what we have here is our again our green line is going to be our 50 period average. So the green line is the last 50 30-minute candles. Okay, the white line, because I try and front run, is the last 180 30-minute candles. The red is a 200. So where these come into play is on a daily chart for the S&P 500. We are still above the 50-day moving average. We are still above the 180-day moving average. We are well above the 200-day moving average. So where's it going to come down to? Well, initially, we always see retests along the green line, right? Sometimes it'll break through it. Other times it won't. But it'll ride pretty consistently on a 50-day moving average with some oscillation both above and below the 50-day moving average on a daily chart. This is a daily chart. So now let's move back down to the 30-minute, which I like to look at. And we are just bouncing right at the 180. We dipped a little bit below the 200 period of 30-minute averages. So if you say how many hours is that, and you say, okay, 200 periods times 30 minutes equals divided by 60. You're talking about the last 100 hours on the red line. So the last 100 hours, it broke through that, and we're below the 50 period. So the 50 period, 50 times 30 equals divided by 60 is, you're talking about 25 hours. I don't know why I can't do simple math sometimes. I'm just used to doing it on a calculator. On the 50, so the last 25 hours here, and then you have the 180 and the 200 here, and it's breaking on those to the downside consistently. So that doesn't give a lot of confidence in the stock. Now, looking at the 3-minute with the externals removed, you say, okay, is it bouncing off this level? You got the VIX down right now on the day, I bet, right? Nope, misspoke. Up 0.1. Okay, that's still down. Sorry, it is. S&P 500, so currently flat on the day. So flat on the S&P, which is good. The NASDAQ is now up 62, and the Dow is down 237. So again, you have this flight, but you see a couple greens there. You got the chip makers. NVIDIA just turned green. Let's take a look at some of the chip makers. Let's start out with AMD. They're up, 32 cents. So they might battle for 78.50 on the options chain. Intel, it's shaping up its battle for what? $64, right? You see where the options chains are on quadruple witching. You say, where are the battle lines on? And every individual stock that has options has a battle going on. Every single one of them, I don't care which one it is. Roblox, the battle for Roblox is going to be at $70. That's going to be the options battle for Roblox. Will it stay above? Dip below, had some sellers there yesterday at the close, but then on the open today, it rallied up and it's up 5%, roughly, 4.5% to 70.37. It did dip down to 68.08 today already, though. So it already dipped down to 68.08. The fact that it dipped there, which was pretty much on the open, says that there's enough pressure there to keep it at that 70. So will it close above 70? We shall see. And then we have Microsoft. Microsoft up 29 cents now. Where is? Hello. Hold on. Where'd it go? Where the heck is? Oh, I had it up here and owned. Because I still got the one call option. So NVIDIA is up 365 to 512. So earlier in the week, I sold my 545 calls, and that got me like $3,000 when it was running up a little bit, because I didn't think there was any chance, and you know what, of it getting back up to 545. And I wouldn't have been able to exercise anyway. I had 9 contracts, 9 times 100 is 900 times 545 would have been $490,000, and I didn't want to exercise them anyway. So I would have had to sell that. I was hoping to sell it at a profit. I sold it as a loss, though. My 9 meters, Biopharma, again, I needed that one to get up to $2 a share. I've had a standing order in at a nickel per contract for about an hour or so, and that's still open, and nobody's gonna take the bait on that one and give me $250. I wish they would, but I'm living a pipe dream there. So Tesla still down $11 to 642, but you would have picked up a nice bounce off of 624. So 624.82, yeah, 62. 624.62 divided into 642.68, and that would have been a 3% bump off the bottom if you picked it up there. On a 3-minute, our chart would have had you picking it up here. So as a scalp, let's say you missed it, and let's say, and you're still on a buy on the 3-minute. You're looking at about 1.4%. Again, all you need to scalp trades in a market, well, you need 2 things. You need volatility, number 1, and you need to have a minimum of $25,000 in your trading account, okay? And then you can day trade. So PDT, I operate under the pattern day trader rules, which means my brokerage firms have told me I'm a pattern day trader, so I operate under PDT. So you have to have a minimum of $25,000 in a cash or margin account of equity available to be considered that and get the advantages of doing that if you declared it with the IRS as well. And what determines PDT, there's some rules on it as far as every quarter you've got to make a certain number of trades and stuff. I don't know what it is because last year, I don't know how many pages your brokerage statement was, but mine was 111 pages long. So I think it was trading volume on the year. What was it? $23 million of trades I took last year total. And that's just trading. So if I buy 100,000 of something, then I sell 100,000, then buy another 100,000, I'm at $200,000 of volume, right? So those aggregate and they build up. So it doesn't represent the actual size of the account, obviously, or maybe not obviously if you're new and you don't know how that works. So AMC again, $13.98. Now we're $13.99. Our battle looks like it's shaping up to be 14. It might be a 190 battle for GameStop. They're going to have problems. They're going to have problems getting up above 200, I think, on the day. And Tesla, I think we called 650 earlier. Let's see. Yeah, I think we said 650 or 600. 625, 650. We'll see. The VIX is trading down. The S&P is trading up. So, and the reason why you may get a turn to the positive is you have to remember something. NASDAQ's up 76. Anybody that has options today that are expiring in the money, those firms have a responsibility to provide those shares on exercise. So what they have to do is they have to have the shares. That could mean that any of those shares that were in the money, they got a couple days to settle those things, Monday and Tuesday, right? So you may see a rise in the market just because of the quadruple witching. I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see what happens at lunch. We won't know till about 45 minutes left in the day where we might end up on the day. I think the Dow Jones will end up down on the day. I actually think the S&P 500 will end up down on the day because I think anybody that had options on those took them earlier. I think the NASDAQ, which is obviously absolutely just call it the tech sector, I think that's got a chance to stay positive for the day, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen either. I think it's risky for all three. And then the problem is going to come in next week, where again, what do we have next week as far as economic news? Well, you got your same stuff. You have existing home sales for February. They're looking at 6.69 million. That's going to be lower. Account deficit 179 is where we're at before. There is no estimate because that's going to be going up because of stimulus. New home sales for February is going to go down. Durable goods is going to go down. Capital goods, I think, is going to go down. Initial jobless claims. We'll see Monday what their prediction is and what their estimate is, along with continuing. Again, that comes out every week. And then we get the manipulated GDP numbers out of SAR for the fourth quarter, though. So those, I don't think we're gonna hit that 4.1% either. And then next Friday, personal income, consumer spending, core inflation, or invented inflation because we know it's already here. Trading goods and consumer sentiment again. The final one for March 26th. So that's what we're looking at for next week. Bank stocks slide on Fed decision on capital requirements. So let's look at that. And this is interesting because this is what we've been waiting for. That what's his face, Jerome Powell wouldn't say. U.S. stocks were lower in early action Friday with bank stocks under pressure after the Federal Reserve said it would not extend temporary relief from capital requirement rules for banks. The decision also put upward pressure on Treasury yields, crimping an attempted rebound by tech-related shares. So what does that mean? Well, basically, that means that the percentage that the Fed said that banks have to hold in reserves, they issued a waiver through March 31st. And now they're saying that they're going to let that waiver expire on March 31st. So what that means is anybody that's below that threshold as far as the banking sector is going to have to increase their reserve requirements. So now, where we were green, you've got JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, all down 2-3%. And between now and March 31st, which is on a Wednesday, a week and a half from now, they're going to have to get their balance sheets in order. To get their balance sheets in order, they're going to have to do what? Reduce any hedging that they've done and increase their reserves by raising capital, raising cash, and having cash reserves. So if they're invested in things, they're going to have to liquidate those things, treasuries, whatever it is, and that's going to cause the yields. I think that in itself is going to cause the yields to continue to go up. So that you're going to see the 10-year next week, and really as it approaches the 31st. If we're at 173 right now, let's draw a line, and we'll come back and look at this, and we'll say right now today we're at 173. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let me do that again. And I want to take today. I'm going to take the 15 to 200, and we'll start it there. And let's see. Hey, snap. Okay. And then we're going to look at the 10-year Treasury next week. And we'll see, since I have a snap line, vertical line, this is what I do. I use this to verify what my predictions might be as far as what's going to happen to yields and stuff like that. So with that, with that ruling coming out, you know, that's why that's happening. Okay. So let's take a look at Fed, or let's go Treasury capital requirements. I know I didn't spell it right. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. Fed to restore capital requirements relaxed during COVID as markets stabilize. I'm waiting for an ad to come up so I can press pause. There's my pause, so I don't get DCMA'd. All right, Federal Reserve will not extend. Let me make that bigger for y'all. Okay, that show up good on the screen? Yeah, whoops. Clicked on my whiteboard instead. Okay. Federal Reserve will not extend temporary relief on a bank regulation known as the supplementary leverage, the SLR. It said on Friday, despite large efforts by banks to persuade the central bank to do so. Again, they were supposed to release this decision when? Yesterday morning. They should have done this. The SLR, but they didn't. And if they had done it yesterday, we would have been down big time yesterday. Maybe that's why they delayed it a day. SLR is a regulation that requires the largest U.S. banks to hold a minimum level of capital. They originally introduced it back in April of 2020, and they needed to do that to protect liquidity conditions in the Treasury market. It also clarified that the measures would be temporary and expire on March 31st, 2021. Since then, the Treasury market has stabilized, the Fed said in its statement Friday. So why didn't you tell us this the other day during your FOMC meeting? Why? Because it would have tanked the market. Instead, the market went up, and then it turned around and corrected yesterday. Thank you very much for misleading the general public, Chairman Powell. You basically were not honest about what's going on with the economy and the market. You knew darn well, he knew darn well what their decision was going to be. He knew it. He knew what the board was going to do. They made the decision yesterday. They had to have, because that's when they met. And since that time, the Treasury market has stabilized. Really? The Treasury market has stabilized. All right, so let's look at the daily chart. So basically what he's saying is since January, this has stabilized, which means increasing yields. Increasing yields means market goes chill. Market does not go burr. Market goes down.
It will just be additional guidance, which a lot of schools are looking for from health and medical experts on how to safely reopen.
Oh my goodness. I hate those that come up. Hopefully it wasn't enough for the algorithms to figure out what I just played. All right. Let's see here. Board will take the strength. Because of the way the SLR is calculated, a sharp increase in U.S. Treasuries could push banks to fall below their regulatory minimums. They're already below the minimums, folks, and that's why the banks are selling off, okay? And that's leading the Dow Jones down big time. The banking industry lobbied the Fed to extend the exemption through 2021. However, they did not. Why? Because they want the markets to go down. It says Fed officials noted that the largest banks currently have a roughly 25% buffer above minimum threshold, which they feel is comfortable. The decision to let the exemption expire was broadly supported among the Fed's 6-member board. Okay. And again, they're not going to tell us those numbers. I don't even know what they are. I don't remember. At one time, I knew what those numbers were as far as what the requirements are. I don't anymore. I'm just concerned about what they allow and don't allow. Here we go. The supplemental leverage ratio requires large banks to hold capital equal to about 3% of their assets. The required ratio is higher, 5%, for banks that are deemed most important to the overall financial system. The rule was adopted as part of regulatory reforms after the 2007-2008 global financial crisis. Burry, Jason Belfort, looking at you. The idea was to ensure that banks kept enough capital on hand to survive market meltdowns. Goldman Sachs, Bear Stearns. Yet the rule has also been blamed for magnifying the turmoil that erupted in the financial markets a year ago when the pandemic first hit hard. I disagree. Yes, we slammed down, but then we immediately bounced back up. Total bank reserves now stand at nearly $3.5 trillion, up from roughly $1.5 trillion before the pandemic. So, okay, so answer me this. Riddle me this, Batman. If the reserves are up at nearly $3.5 trillion, up from roughly $1.5 trillion, how much of that is because the market rose as well? And does that just mean that their number moved from here as the market goes up? Now they're here, but they still don't meet their reserves. So taking it from a 3.5% up to, or from a 5% back down to 3.5%, that 1.5%, if you take 3.5, let's say that's accurate, 35 million. $3.5 trillion times 0.015 means you could see $52 million. Did I do that right? Hold on a second. So 3.5 trillion. There's 3.5 million, 35, 350. Oh, billion. My calculator doesn't go that big. 100,000, millions, billions, 350 million. I'll add a zero. Times 0.015 means that $52 billion of liquidity of cash might have to be raised. If you believe that 1.5%, that's $52 billion of additional cash reserves these major banks might have to come up with by March 31st. So if that were to happen, what's going to happen is yields are going to go up, which again, that's why this is going to come into play. They have until March 31st. Where is my line? Oh, sorry. They have until March 31st to possibly come up with another $52.5 billion in cash reserves that they may have to raise between now and March 31st. Let's see here. What else we got? If that were to happen, interest rates could rise, making loans more expensive. Yield on 10-year Treasury serves as the benchmark for mortgage rates. We know that. Excuse me. Banks also say that ending the exemption will discourage them from making loans, which would reduce their capital. I got news for you. The banks stopped lending. They stopped lending to commercial freaking months ago. That's why the reserves are up. They stopped lending. They refused to lend. And that it's already killed the housing market. Refinancing is done. There are literally dozens and tens of thousands of people that used to work in the wholesale mortgage industry as mortgage brokers that are now out of work today. Maybe that's where the 70,000 increase in unemployment came from, because as rates rise, nobody's going to refinance. There's nobody left to refinance. Who's going to refinance? Not people that are still on forbearance. They're not going to refinance. So you're going to see rates go up. You still might see housing prices go up. I know Zillow's saying my house is going to go up another 12% over the next year. I won't be here that We're also confident that the thousands of community banks that are not subject to the SLR requirements will be happy to accept deposits that large banks may reject. So again, so this is why you have a huge sell-off going on here in the banks, because people are anticipating that own shares of the company as tech recovers and the S&P goes burr today a little bit. You're gonna have that happen. So you've got the Nasdaq, you got the S&P still right on the day, down 2 points. S&P is up 82. The Dow has recovered. It's only down 200 right now. So I'm down about $1,800 right now in my account. So I might have to scalp trade. But looking at this, you're going to have the banking sector. You're going to see these go up further. So this is surprising after the announcement that of what we have, and it should be significantly higher than where we're at right now. My SQQQs are trading right at $14 a share. Well, $13.99. I'm losing money. I'm still profitable though. And $13.90. So we're 10 cents off of 14, and we're $10 off of 200 on GameStop. Okay. Let's see here. So Rocket is probably up on the. Yeah, they're up a little bit. 9 cents on that news. What's the other one that I don't follow? The other CEO went to Michigan as well, or Michigan State. I forget which it was. I think this is them, right? Yeah, they're up 13 cents as well. Okay, interesting. Palantir is not going to hit my little target. It's trading up 24.26. I should have bought it. I should have scalped that damn thing. I was going to. I did not pull the trigger. I would have sold over here. Let's say I got in over here. And no sell, but I may have got out because it's vacillating. 35 cents, so 35 cents on 1,000 shares. I like to trade in those little mini blocks of 1,000 shares. Would have been $350 I would have made. With times 24 would have been a $24,000 play to make $350 if I would have scalped it. I was looking at where we at Boeing. Oh, mini scalp there. This was the one I was talking about earlier. I would have made $1.43 on. Let's say I missed this a little bit here. At 58 cents. Now, 1,000 shares on that one's a little bit more pricey. You're talking about $255,000 at play. But that 58 cents makes me $580. And I would have just, I could have just followed my buy. I used those as a confirmation. I blew above the red. It was definitely, it had crossed over here. I may have bought over here if I was scalping. I did not take it. I don't like a trade for it right now. So I'm not going to do one. AMD, I just simply don't trust them anymore. They got to build back trust with me and show a good pattern of strength. AMC $13.90 right now. It's still down 10 cents. And now $11 or $12 on $11.95 down to $190 on GameStop. So it's gonna battle. It's gonna battle for, looks like 190 maybe. You know, they'll say it's a battle for 200. It's not. It's a battle for anywhere from 180 to 195 probably. I would be shocked to see this thing close above 200. Absolutely shocked. Closed above 200 yesterday, but I just don't see it. I don't think you have the volume. The volume, you got 5.12 million shares. Divide into, the interest is gone, 58.27. You got 9% of the average volume. So there's no juice left in that one, at least for any type of upsurge where a squeeze could possibly happen. Now, contrast at 34.4, divide into 152.31. We're at 23% of the volume on AMC in the first hour and 42 minutes of the day. Okay. Palantir, on the 3-minute. Below the 180 and the 200, but above the 50. No trade there. Ford light volume 30. Well, actually, about half the volume so far, almost. Yeah, 33. Right into 75. 44% of the volume they've traded, but all three are above the averages on my 3-minute. Not taking it. Blue cross to red, not looking great there either. Ethereum up to 1815, back above 1800 again. And VIX starting to go back up again, and the Nasdaq is the Nasdaq too, but the S&P started to turn down a little bit. Nasdaq up 65, Dow still down 243. Yeah, this is just an absolutely mixed bag of a day. I didn't even look at the Reddit thread today. I don't know what are they talking about in there. Let's see. Reddit and AMC stock. I haven't logged into Reddit today at all. I got a message. Whoa. Oh, there we go. I was looking at my karma and it said like 500 and back up to 700. True, but at the same time the price goes up for them as well. As I wrote before, the time will come when hedge funds needs all shares, and we will set the price if we hold the line. Okay. All right, let's go back over here and let's see what's going on inside the thread. We'll pull this up. AMC. There was a pretty cool picture. I don't know if you guys saw this. Let's see. Make that a little bit bigger. Family Affair. I like this one. This was up yesterday, and it was brother in for. This is on AMC. This is the AMC subreddit. Brother in for $750. Mom in for $1,000. I'm in for $6,000. Dad died from COVID. This is for him. Family of apes. Something to bond over. Rocket ship, moon, diamond hands emoji. So definitely gets an upvote from me on that one. Other ones, there were some other memes in there. Squarespace ads. Oh, here's a good one. Good morning, fellow diamond-handed apes. Looking forward to another amazing, prosperous day with all of you. You all are amazing, and I am proud to be part of this with each and every one of you beautiful apes. Let's go! Happy Quad Witching Day. And Ape Penaz, I like that one too. That's a good one. He gets an upvote from me. Let's see here. Hey, I have 100 coins. I don't know where those came from. Where did those come from? I didn't buy any coins. How do you get coins on Reddit if you don't buy any? May have been something I posted it for. Does everyone know why we buy on upticks and hold on dips? Okay. I'll be buying an undisclosed amount of shares throughout the day, starting at opening, including any dips and power hour. We will rise today. Okay. Why wouldn't you disclose it? Do you think it matters? If I say I'm going to buy 1,000 shares of AMC at $13.98 and put $13,980 in, I would post it. I would say, hey, I just bought 1,000 shares at $13.98. And you know what? Somebody else on the fence thinking about doing the same will say, okay, if this guy's in, I'm in. Saying that you're going to buy an undisclosed amount, I'm not buying it. I'll give you an upvote, but just say what you're going to do. He's calling for 1501 today. Okay, you can call it, but I don't see that in the cards just yet. Not enough stuff going on. There's no other good news in the market. The market is vacillating here. You just had the capital markets get wrecked, R-E-K-T, on the Fed decision on capital reserves by March 31st. AMC is not a dead cat. Keep yourselves together today. We know that to be true already. Never get power hour, 1501. Okay, so, all right, let's see. 1501. When's the last time this stock hit 1501? Anybody tell me? Yep. I gotta figure out a way. I know there's a way I can right click or do something like that and then just zoom in without having to re-scroll. The last time it hit, February 1st. So February 1st is the last time this stock hit $15. Okay. TA, technical analysis. Do I want it at 15? Yes. Does it need to be at 15? No, it doesn't. Is the majority of contracts expiring today at 15? Yes, it is. And if there's a battle that can be waged to get us up that dollar, 7% gain on the day is certainly possible. But what the heck? Oh my goodness, come on. What the heck? I don't know why this is doing this on this chart. It's ticking me off though. All right, let's go back to 3 minute here. All right. This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. Okay, all said and done. We haven't hit $15 since February 1st. Okay. So is it possible? Yes. Would I love for it to happen? Yes. If the battle is there, I will participate in the battle. 5:30 a.m. 10 deep breath. I like it. You get an upvote. Nicely done. A couple hours ago. So we'll take a look at what can happen here. And in the live chat, what are they screaming about in there? This may lag a little bit. We'll watch this for a second while I eat a cracker. Some idiots say no such thing as power hour. Okay. All right, 2.4 million. Divided by $650. 3,600 shares. So this guy, Clip Jumper, says if it hits 650, it's 2.4 million. So he's controlling about 3,600 shares, is what he's posting. Bought more and hodling. Somebody in German. Thank you, Germany. So I'm going to set a limit buy. See this kind of stuff right here. I'm going to set a limit buy at 1380 if anyone else thought that was an idea that they might like then. Don't give financial advice on a Reddit forum. It violates the law a little bit. Well, the rules. Not really law, rules. So 1380. So let's look at 1380. And he says he's going to put in a buy order at 1380. Okay. Why didn't you put it in? Why didn't you buy an hour ago at 1373? Why didn't you buy 2 hours ago at 1354? Why? Because he wants to suppress the price. He wants it to go to 1380. If he's going to buy the freaking thing right now at 1393. Don't wait for 1380. If you wait for 1380, you're battling to the downside. If you buy it now, you might push it up to 1394 because others might do the same, or 1395 or 14. Don't wait for that full support line. If you're going to buy it, buy it. What number do you like? There are a lot of sell walls. There you go. This right here. Anything said that looks like financial advice will result in a ban from what I've seen, and there's only one warning. Still way up for the month. Holding strong, diamond hands, buying more as day goes on. Uh-oh. Hole in the bottom of my cup. That means it's getting about time to sign off. All right, so they're just kind of hanging out there right now. Take a quick look. Okay, so he's basically saying he's going to buy it on the 50 period average on 3 minute. What would I buy it? Okay, so you could say that, forget about this wick here. You're looking at these two here, 1379. That is a possibility because you do have some resistance that turned into possibly support here, and that's going into yesterday now. Okay, again, we're an hour and a half after the or almost 2 hours after the market opened. So I remove my externals, which is any pre-markets and post-markets. I take those out. I'm looking at the pure volume trading of the stock. So what we have, actually, yeah, let me do this. I'm looking at volume here, and on these buys, we talked about this one down here, which was good. Your buys were exceeding your sell volume, about even here, but on a declining volume. So we're on a slight decline of volume getting into the lunch hour here, and it's like I said, it's a little bit of a battle line being drawn at this $13.90 to $1400 range, or $14 range on there. Again, GameStop, because of volume, I don't see a chance of them getting up to 200. I could be wrong. It could be a battle for 185 or 190, maybe 195. So probably between 185 and 195. I just don't think there's going to be enough volume that they're going to be able to scrounge up to get it up to 200. They can, but I think the others that have shorted it, if there are shorts out there, we'll slam it back down. We'll see on that one. I could be wrong on that one. AMC, however, you can scream 15 all day long. I don't see it happening. I just don't. I could put $100,000 in AMC and it's still not going to go to 15 today. I could be wrong. I'm just some idiot on the internet. But the battles are on the are at the 50-cent level and the 00s. So we're either going to be between $13.50 and $14. It's shaping up to look more like 14 based on 14.18 being the high today. So the 14.18 being the high today does not equal the 14.54 that we had back on the yesterday. Okay. So the fact that we hit 14.54 yesterday is good, right? That's good. But we'll see, because we are in a steady decline. You had good volume on the push here. You had really, really good volume. The problem is on the downside from this up to 14.54, this volume here is exceeding this rise over here just a little bit. Just a little bit. There's the top of this volume here, because forget about initial volume on an open. You're looking past that about an hour. So here's the top volume here. You only had one candle on the 3 minute up here. This one exceeded. Pressure on a sell-off on the open today. Then you're looking at your volume on the 3 minute. It had a buy signal on a 3 minute there. Removed the other one. It also removed the sell. So on a 3 minute chart, AMC is still operating on my buy signal. The problem that we have is the volume, while it looked good here, 1408, you might see some 04s or 05s. We got a good, really, really super chance of 14. So we have a great chance of $14. I just don't see it on the 15. Why does go down? Are you sure? I thought DTCC rules need at least 10 days from that time of posting. Okay. It wasn't effective. Okay, this whole DTCC rule thing, it also gives them the right to hide stuff. And it's basically saying on your goodwill, please do the right thing. When it takes place, I don't know. It doesn't affect what we're doing here, to be honest with you. And the fact that we like the stock, but not financial advice, not stock advice. All right, we got about 2 minutes here, and we're going to close this up for the morning commentary. Again, we'll be back at 11:30 Eastern time, and which will be 2:30 Eastern time, 4 o'clock Eastern, or 11:30 to 1 o'clock Pacific. We'll be back with live commentary, and we'll see you all at that time. So as we look at the overall markets overall, what we are looking at today is we are seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average currently down 277 points, down about 0.85%. We have the NASDAQ Composite Index. Now it's down. It's pulled off of its high. It's up 27 now off of its high of 13,200. Yeah, 13,209. 13,209 divided into 13,142. There's that dumb song again. Divided into 13,209. And so it's pulled back 1% off of its high. And the S&P is down 12 points. How do I dislike this song? It's that white noise thing. Like white water. How do you share, similar, add, download? Just click past it. I don't want the white water sound. It sounds like white noise. Makes me want to go to sleep. Okay. So we'll play LF Clarence Delaney, apparently, on Epidemic Sound. I use Epidemic Sound so I don't get DCMA'd. So the music I play is not copyrighted. I purchased a license to stream it and replay it. All right, so final thoughts on GameStop. Again, 190. I think we're looking at between a 185 and 195 channel. It did not hit. It did not hit 200 yet today. 199.29 is the best it's done. And again, based on low volume, you've got 5.4 million shares traded out of 58.27. So you got 9% volume. Whereas in AMC, so 9%, divided into 152.31. So 9% volume versus we've got a quarter of the volume. We're at 24% volume on AMC, exactly 2 hours into the market. So almost, almost a quarter of the volume. But we're almost a third into the market day. So we're 31% into the trading day, and we've only got 25% of the volume. So not quite enough volume to hit average daily volume. Again, the huge day that we went up, we were doing 223 million shares traded on an average 10-day volume of 152 million. So we'll see where we go on that one. But that's going to do it for now. We will be back, and I'll make this the 8 chart as I do. So I'm going to leave this up. We're going to leave that and come up here and close my gas prices. I'll leave that up. Drag this back down. Actually, hold on. And let me get my other one here. There we go. And drag this down to this one. There we go. S&P 500 heat map. Again, banks getting crushed because of the new capital requirements. Amazon up, Tesla down, Google, Facebook up, Nvidia, Intel, AMC, Micron, Texas Instruments all up, Microsoft up, Apple down just a little bit, Disney down just a little bit, Comcast down just a little bit, Netflix up about 1%. So S&P currently trading down, and we will leave this chart up. And let me minimize this one over here. There we go. Hello. All right, so we have the S&P 500 index over here. Next one over is the NASDAQ Composite Index. Down below, you have the VIX. This is the SQQQs that I own. You have Bitcoin down here, Tesla up here, AMC top right, GameStop bottom, and that's what we're looking at for the day. So we will see you all back here in 3 hours We'll be back for final commentary for the Friday on a quadruple witching day here on the Crypto Sonar channel. Thanks for tuning in on here and on Facebook, and we will see you in 3 hours. Bye now.
The chart that you see in front of you here is
You held me back when I tried to move on from your life. So you stole my life with clarity. So hold me back, now you're here. 'Cause I'm mad, show no fear. Wanna let you know just how it felt. Oh no, 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 no. Don't you think we're good? There's a way we could be. No, oh no, 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 no. I know the way you look at me. I know it too well. Now bulletproof, you're my
Toothpaste. Oof. I think a tube of toothpaste, Drino. Do you know? Yes, I do, Bubba Fancy. How you doing?
Front of the queue and you're able to purchase, there's no hitch there, because the last thing we want is someone waiting in the queue for a while only to get to the front of the queue and have a bad time.
Right. So hold the line is what you're saying. Do not go anywhere. Okay. I've never noticed in my life so much Pacific savings time and Eastern savings time than I do now in the Top Shot community. You guys on the West Coast, they're right located. So we're getting a lot of PSTs, PTs. I'm used to the ET. I mean, you got to do the math alone on just the time difference. I'm telling you.
I'm in Brooklyn, Skeets, and
so you're in my same boat with me. All right.
My whole life has reoriented to Pacific time, and that's been great. I'm a night owl as is, so
there you go.
Being able to wake up late ain't bad, but yeah, I mean, especially in this past week, right? We switched over from Pacific savings time to Pacific domestic PDT. I don't know.
It gets so confusing. Hey man, time is crazy when you really wrap your head around it.
And the reality is, right, we are a very international product.
Yeah.
We have community members in Europe and community members in Australia, Asia. So we can't necessarily just say Pacific time because they don't have the daylight savings kind of we do. So we have to kind of specify which of those PST or PDT it is.
Yeah.
People are going to be confused.
Yeah. I mean, look, you see a lot of people on Twitter like, oh, come on, this doesn't work for me, this timing, because of where I am in the world. But then you have to remember, well, the people doing all this, I mean, this is their job. I mean, this is, their work hours. It's unlikely, I guess, you're going to be asking people to stay up till, where they are on the West Coast till 1, 2, 3 in the morning to maybe benefit other people in the world. I get why that's maybe frustrating, but it's also, these are just humans in the end.
Yeah, we're trying to have as much kind of diversity in terms of time of day as possible, right? So you'll see some night drop specific time. You'll see some morning drop specific time. It's important for us because, as you said, we do have that kind of international audience. And if we're dropping at 12 p.m. Eastern time, that's going to lead to Australians having to wake up in the middle of the night to get in. And they do that. And we really appreciate that. But we also want to make sure that they're not always kind of the ones that have to do the compromise and sacrificing. So 9 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Those are kind of the three sweet spots. But, this is always, we're learning as we go. We are very much still in beta, and we're taking all the feedback we can get from this community.
I wanted to ask you about this particular pack here that hopefully some of you got, or you're still waiting in line to get this rare 2021 All-Star Game pack. How long did it take? Because this is cool, because these are moments that happened in the All-Star Game not that long ago. But when were the wheels in motion to make this reality, to make this a pack? Okay, we're actually going to pull clips, moments from the game itself, and then we're going to flip around and put these in pack. It's pretty cool how sort of quickly it happened that we can now get these packs. And I think, of course, that just opens up the potential for other things like this occurring, right?
Yeah. I mean, you were hosting the Seeing Stars drop, and I think there was kind of a question then around...
was it the Seeing Stars or the Rising Stars drop?
Oh, you're right. It was Rising
Stars.
Stars. And there was a question about, would we have a All-Star Game pack
That's right.
down the road? And we're pretty dogmatic about not promising a pack before the contents happen, right?
Sure.
Say that All-Star Game was a total dud, and All-Star Games rarely are total duds, but say we couldn't get enough moments to justify the pack, then we wouldn't force it. I think there were...
Well, that's so funny. I'm glad you said that, because I'm like, when I saw the list, you're like, okay, everybody's got a moment that played in the game. That's pretty cool. No Embiid, no Simmons, because they weren't in the game, of course. But I'm like, were you guys sitting there watching it going, come on, Vucevic, hit a three. We need this moment. We need something from you. And you're freaking out.
In the first quarter, I was like, should we just make an all Steph Curry, All-Star?
Interesting.
He had 3 half-court shots, that no-look shot that we ended up shooting as his moment.
Yeah, he had a super deep one. Yeah, he had some moments for sure.
So, I think we definitely, and for every player, right? There's, you said Vucevic, and this is, I believe, his second All-Star game, but this is, to become an NBA All-Star, what a career achievement, and we want more for the players themselves than for us being able to make a moment. We want them to have something that they can look back on from that All-Star game and say, yes, I was one of the 24 best players in the NBA that season, or 26, right? So, we were really happy that everyone that got some run was able to put together an awesome moment.
Yep.
Okay, so we are confirmed for 4 minutes from now at 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 Pacific. We are going to resume this queue.
Hey, there we go. Told you not to go anywhere.
That's right.
Good. Just got to give them some time. Iron out the kinks. Everybody will get those pack if you got the right number. That's good to hear. Okay, great. And then was it an easy decision to make the challenge moments, like the ones that everyone's going to be hopefully going for, trying to collect all these All-Star game moments? The Giannis banked in 3 because he got MVP. And then the Lillard one to end the game, the deep bomb, because it wasn't the closest All-Star game in the world, right. Of course, that was unfortunate, but were those ones sort of like, Giannis, Lillard, obviously huge names, pretty good moments from this game. Let's go with those two.
Well, I think Dame, after the game, was asked if he wanted this to be on a Top Shot, and he said, yeah, that would be pretty cool.
True.
So he kind of sealed the fate of,
okay, smart.
Yeah. And then with Giannis, of course, setting an All-Star game record, 16 for 16 from the field. I think winning the MVP, just kind of icing on the cake. And especially because the Seeing Stars Challenge rewards were LeBron and KD, the two captains. We didn't want to keep on going back to the well of LeBron. So Giannis is obviously one of the best players in the world, reigning 2-time MVP. Dame hit the game winner. I think the Elam ending in general is just tailor-made for Top Shot, right?
You're hopefully getting a game winner, unless it's a free throw like the one before, right?
Right.
Well, I was wondering that too, watching this after realizing you guys were doing this for the All-Star game, these moments. I was like, wow, would you guys have done the Kyle Lowry trying to take a charge in the All-Star game from the year prior? Would you have the gumption to go with a charge moment? Because it'd be perfect for Kyle Lowry, or trying to take the charge, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. And down the road, I think possibly. We are somewhat, we do have kind of that, limitation's the wrong word, but right now the moments that we choose are dunks, 3-pointers, field goals, steals, blocks, assists, and handles, right? Those are, so I don't think we have take a charge or charge as kind of the categories yet, but down the road, who knows?
Right. Yeah. Well, hopefully. That was Lowry's most memorable play, because it was defense being played in the All-Star game too, or at least trying to be played. But you're right about the Elam ending. I mean, you get in a blowout game, you still get a pretty cool ending where Lillard pulls up from 35 plus, splashes it, game's over. Okay, you won by 24, whatever the heck it is, whatever they ended up winning by. But he gets the point at the watch and all that. So then it's like, oh, there you go. There's a moment.
I was hoping it was going to be one of those, what was that old All-Star Weekend event where you had the WNBA player, the NBA player, and the retired player? Was that also called Seeing Star? No.
There was an event called Two Ball. It may have been called that. Yeah.
So I remember every year there was one team of 3 that just couldn't make the half-court shot. So
right.
I was kind of holding out hope that between Steph and Dame, they just shot 20 times.
Just keep coming back and shoot from half court.
Team Durant was able to catch up and make it a game just as a result of them.
Oh yeah, you're saying there should almost be a rule when you get up a certain amount of points in an All-Star game, you guys should have to shoot from half court, and we can try and chip away and get back into the game. Oh, interesting. Nice
competitive balance. I'm all about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're trying. That rubber band effect, right? Like an NBA Jam game. When a team's up a whole bunch, you can try and get back in the game. It is pretty cool to see the moments, and it's neat, I guess. Some of these guys playing on the same, like Curry and LeBron playing on the same team in some of these. That's a first. It's gonna, that's pretty unique in terms of the Top Shot community, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Akron legends, East Ohio represent.
That's right.
And I saw a funny meme the other day of kind of Steph peering over at LeBron and AD just having the best time during the Lakers kind of blowout of the Warriors a few days ago, and Steph just kind of like the Squidward meme looking out on SpongeBob and Patrick having a great time outside while he's So I think needless to say, those are 2 of, I'd put them and KD as the best players of this generation. to see them all, or to see Steph and LeBron share a court. And obviously it's kind of best shooter of all time, arguably the best player of all time.
Right.
And you could see just how much fun they had, because they've been rivals for a little bit, and it's not a direct rivalry. They don't play the same position. Their teams certainly played against each other in the finals, but the headliner was certainly KD and LeBron for the two of those.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Go ahead. No, I was going to say, I'm excited for there to be enough moments where guys are taking 3-point shots and then looking away. Because we already got the LeBron one, right, against the Rockets in the corner. That one where he's making bets mid-game, which is pretty incredible with, I guess it was Schroeder saying, you can't hit this without looking. And then now we got the Steph Curry one, who's done it before, of course, like in actual games. He does it in the All-Star game. You know, we're going to have these, like Michael Porter Jr. did one the other night, this week, I think it was, where he took one turnaround. That'd be a good showcase, Jacob, when we can finally get there.
How quick we all are to forget Swaggy P did the same thing, you know?
Okay, yeah. It didn't turn out as great. Yeah, that's what's the funny site going around? NBA, basically low shot, I guess. Low shot, NBA right. Low shot, yeah, taking the funny memeable moments like that Swaggy P. That one is iconic. It's the best camera angle too.
Right.
Where he's turning around doing that. So good. Yeah.
Couldn't have happened to a better player. Also.
Oh, no.
Like perfect representation. So I'm getting good news. The queue is resumed. We are back.
All right. Good luck to everybody. See, I hope we kept you entertained enough here while you were waiting for the line to be unpaused. That's good. So there's still, I guess, like you said, last check-in sounds like 11,000-ish packs. Is that right?
11,000-ish. That's
okay.
What we're going with.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted. So Skeeps, I want to hear kind of your takes on trade deadline. PJ Tucker obviously going to Milwaukee.
Yep.
Does that change the landscape of the Eastern Conference for you? Do you think there's still a move away from actually changing kind of the Brooklyn, Philly hierarchy?
Yeah, I don't think these teams are done by any means. These teams in both really conferences of trying to add buyout guys or maybe even another deal to be had in the final, 6 days, I guess now, the trade deadline next Thursday. I don't think it changes the landscape. I'm a PJ Tucker fan. I feel like a lot of people are. Like, there was no doubt when he told the Rockets, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to injure myself, let's say, and totally tank my trade value for you guys and also the rest of my season and moving forward. So I'm not going to play. Look, the Heat wanted him by all reports. The Nets maybe even still before the Blake Griffin move that they got. Obviously, the Bucks end up getting him. There were many teams because you're just like, oh, yeah, a defensive-minded guy who's got experience in the playoffs, who can also, for a good chunk of his career at least, hit an open three. I mean, find me a team that doesn't want, those skills specifically, defensive-minded guy, and then the ability to hit the three. So nice addition for the Bucks. I'll say, they got a pretty amazing defensive lineup they can go to down the stretch. When you're talking like Drew, and then possibly Dante at the 2, Chris, of course, Giannis, and then PJ Tucker. So, who's your 5 there? Who cares? It's either Giannis or PJ Tucker. You can guard the bigs with those guys. So that's special if he can hit enough threes. Again, he had a really bad year with the Houston Rockets, but it's it might be just one of those things. It's he's a little deflated. He's got nothing going on. This team's sort of going nowhere, all the changeover and stuff like that. So he'll probably be a better shooter in Milwaukee. Going to the title. These series with, be it the Sixers, be it the Nets, scrappy Heat team, maybe even one of those other ones in a first round series. I don't think you're going to be rolling over whoever it is, a scrappy Hawks team, a scrappy Knicks team, Raptors, the Celtics could be there, the Pacers. There's a lot of good teams. So yeah, it's